Welcome. This studio session is focusing on the Task Force for Ukraine. It is our pleasure to present to you the activities that the Task Force has been taking along this year in favor of our colleagues and stroke patients in Ukraine. So let's start with our participants today, and we start with Yuri Fromin, stroke neurologist working in Kiev in the Oberig Hospital and co-chair of the Task Force for Ukraine. Yuri, thank you very much for participating and for being with us today. I'd like to have your takes on the work that the Task Force has been doing and what are the main activities and the main results that, according to you, the Task Force has achieved.
The task force was very timely action taken by the ESO at the beginning of the aggression against our country back in spring 2022. And it's helped us to stay resilient and to support our stroke community, both health professionals and patients. And there we had a lot of meetings, you all remember, we had a lot of lectures, and we are particularly very grateful to the ESO for organizing a series of educational events. It's actually, we have currently we have the third series of lectures provided by the best world-renowned experts in the field. And thanks to Angels, they are translated into Ukrainian language to reach out to most people in our country. And so we have a chance, thanks to Task Force for Ukraine and ESO, we have a chance to learn from the best experts in the field. And also, I cannot mention, cannot but help but mentioning the we have T-shirts, bags, mouse pads, and and our beautiful logo of Task Force for Ukraine, which is also present at the web page of ESO. Everyone can check the web page and find the information about our activities. But maybe some other colleagues, maybe Dmitro, would like to add something.
Yes, and thank you very much, Yuri, and I leave the floor to my co-moderator, Professor Michael Mazia from Stockholm. Please.
Thank you very much, Francesca. Pleasure to be here. So we have a few questions for our Ukrainian colleagues. We were standing here a year ago. You had already shown a fantastic resilience and ability to keep caring for your stroke patients despite of incredible challenges and difficulties imposed by the invasion. So how has this process matured and developed over the last year?
Okay, thank you, Michael, for this question. So I think it's very important to understand that Ukrainians are getting used for these conditions. That I think it's not really good, but we are getting used and we know how to provide stroke care, and we continue to do this. So despite the war, we still do our best. And even in these conditions, we managed to improve our numeric numbers. So we right now have 6.4% TPA rate, but it was 5% before the war. We have 0.8% of mechanical thrombectomy that is also increasing. So right now we are matured, as you mentioned. And right now Ministry of Health and National Health Service continue to provide the support for the stroke care, and stroke is still the priority. Despite the war, despite the combat trauma, despite the military traumas, still stroke is a priority. So as was mentioned a couple of days ago, 9 angio suits for neurointerventions were bought by the Ukrainian government, and will be distributed in the hospital. So I think even in these conditions, we can provide stroke care, and we know how to do this. And the best that stroke physicians can do is to continue to work for our patients. So that's what is important.
Yeah, actually, I would also would like to add to that we don't really know well the situation on occupied territories, unfortunately, and near the front line there are a lot of challenges, but in the central part, the western part of the country. They also had to face new reality with a lot of internally displaced persons, and a lot of people from our country fled to neighboring European countries. So the impact of war was huge, and I well remember that early in spring last year, it was Hanne who mentioned that we should get prepared for that. That people, they are refugees, they don't bring their medical records, they don't bring their medications, and it could lead to a surge in stroke incidents. And so I immediately started warning my primary care colleagues that they should encourage their patients to retrieve their medical records and show up to local family physicians and declare their problems, hypertension, hyperlipidemia, diabetes, and so on, so that they are better taken care of. So. We have learned a lot, but still struggling with the consequences of the war.
Okay, so I want also to continue at what Yuri mentioned regarding the incidence of stroke. So it's a really important thing that before the war we had about 42 million inhabitants. There were about 5 to 7 million migrated from the Ukraine, but the number of strokes remains the same in Ukraine. So before the war, in 2021, we had 130,000 strokes. Last year, we have 135,000 strokes. So we have much more strokes per 100,000 inhabitants. So that's a very important point that you already mentioned, that primary prevention is very important, we are struggling with this. Another thing that we also need to mention is the migration of healthcare professionals out of the country. We have nurses, we have physicians who are out of the country. That's a very big problem. So that's another point we need to mention, and we need to look for how to overcome this.
But I wanted to mention that our colleagues in the cities near the front line, like Kherson, Kharkiv, Zaporizhia, and others, Dnipro, so they kept providing the best care they could. And actually, most patients, not all patients, but most patients still had a chance to benefit from emergency medical services, delivering to the right hospital, and the care offered this hospital, including acute, hyperacute interventions, and for workup, and at least referral for further rehabilitation if needed.
Thank you very much, Yuri and Dmitro. And I think actually from a European perspective, we had many patients coming from Ukraine that we had in terms of European humanitarian aid, both in Italy, Denmark, and Sweden. Isn't it, Michael? What is your take on that?
Indeed. I think there are plenty of countries that have pulled through and tried to support Ukraine where they could, and including obviously advanced surgery or post severe trauma rehabilitation of the more intensive, resource intensive kinds, naturally. So I was wondering, Yuri, could you tell us a couple of examples of your advocacy work that you have continued doing in terms of stroke in order to support stroke care in Ukraine?
I hope that all know the Stroke Action Plan's activities led by Hanne and Francesca, and we continued our activities within the implementation strategy of this and rollout of this Stroke Action Plan. We also had some educational events There are professional societies dedicating their efforts to improve stroke care and to reduce the burden of stroke in Ukraine. So despite the war, we had several national conferences online last year and continue to organize meetings this year. And we also keep our ties with the stroke support organization which we have in Ukraine. It's called Ukrainians Against Stroke. So we keep our ties, and we Dmitro and I and some other colleagues, so we continue our efforts aimed at collaboration with national government, the Ministry of Health, National Health Service of Ukraine, WHO office in Ukraine, World Bank office in Ukraine, and some other international partners. So we don't feel that the significance of stroke problem has somehow decreased at the time of war. As Dmitro mentioned, it could even have increased.
Dmitro, tell us more about development partners and collaboration. I know that I heard and I'm aware that recently the task force, thanks to your work, your brother work and Yuri's work, has been awarded by a grant by the University of Oslo, and I think it's very important to acknowledge that. Would you tell us more about it, Dmitro?
Yeah, I think it was a huge work of the task force for Ukraine. And of course University of Oslo. So this is really important educational support, not only educational but just support for Ukraine, because with this grant we can do different activities. So we can we will do the survey of what was done in Ukraine, what was in Ukraine before the war, what happened during the war at the first months, and what the situation is right now. So we'll do a huge work, deep work with the data that we have. The second part of this grant will go for the department-to-department visit to the best stroke care, for the physicians in Ukraine to visit the best stroke centers within the Ukraine. So I think it's very important that not only European colleagues can teach and provide some support to our physicians, but also the best stroke centers can share their knowledge, how the things are going on in Ukraine and what we can do for our stroke societies. So what we can do for our stroke physicians, how to develop knowledge and better stroke care. So I think it's one of the best things that can be done. And also what Yuri already started about educational activities that are already done in Ukraine. So we did a couple of stroke schools. One of them was offline, fortunately. So it was 5 days intensive training for 30 young stroke physicians. So it was really huge achievement.
Thank you, Dmitro. And we should carry on now with Professor Hanne Christensen from Denmark and the her intense work also in terms of humanitarian aid for our Ukrainian colleagues. What have you been doing and what is your experience in that, Anne?
Well, my experience was that we as healthcare professionals can actually take initiatives personally or with our local group to give donations if we work with our Ukrainian colleagues. Yuri contacted me and told that in the stroke unit you needed equipment especially for mobilization and for rehabilitation. And then I contacted my colleagues in the Copenhagen area to ask, do we have equipment that we're no longer using, because it's still functioning, but you know, not the one from this, not the models from this year, but last year's models. And everybody were very excited about this. I also contacted the capital region of Copenhagen that were very supportive and also supported us with the logistics. And then we went into collaboration with the stroke support organization Hjernescenen in Denmark, without whom this would simply not have been possible, because they have contact to Red Cross and many other organizations. So at the end of the day, I could, together with my colleagues, we could collect the items, they were transported to a central warehouse in the capital region of Denmark. Jane saying the ESO could manage all the logistics on sending it, things for the customs, etc. And we already had a list from you telling us where could we deliver it and what did you need. And everybody were really, really supportive. And I actually got to learn my own organization much better, because I actually found out who are actually taking care of all these things. Where do we find it? And I think this was really a good experience, also with collaboration within. So I think that if we have an idea, we can do it, but we need to have professional support. We shouldn't just take a van, drive to the Ukrainian border and just leave it there. We need to get the right things to the right places, but we can do it.
Thank you very much, Hanne. And we have, I think, just 1 minute left, maybe 90 seconds. And so I'd like to ask my co-chair what is our take-home message for today?
Well, our take-home message for today is that as we started to support our Ukrainian colleagues and working together to support the stroke patients in Ukraine already more than a year ago, so this is continuing with several activities ongoing and more planned, and we can only hope for in the next ESO that we can stand here and talk more about activities in peacetime.
Yes.
And in all of the Ukrainian country and territory, where we can continue the support, but already without the war.
Yes, thank you very much, Michael. Thank you very much, Dmitro, Yuri and Hanne, for being with us today. And it's really my pleasure to have shared with you these experiences from the Task Force for Ukraine. And I can only conclude by saying that we keep to be resilient and support the resilience of this fantastic country. And what can I say? Be brave like Ukraine.
Thank you.
We're the team of stroke department of Bila Tserkva City Hospital too. Despite the full-scale invasion of Russia into Ukraine at this horrible time, we continue to work for the wellness and health of people. We provide full diagnosis, thrombolytic therapy, treatment and early rehabilitation. In the past year, 1,775 patients with stroke were treated in our hospital and 446 thrombolyses were performed. Our department includes 2 stroke units with 12 beds, and a third stroke was opened for the treatment of intracerebral hemorrhages. Since last year, we have anesthesiologists in our staff. We provide early rehabilitation for our patients by highly qualified physiotherapists, speech therapists, ergotherapists, and psychologists. Despite the increase of number of patients with strokes and war, we're ready 24 hours, 7 days a week to provide highly qualified assistance.
Sumy is northern outpost of Ukraine, and our stroke center is an outpost of stroke medicine in our region. We didn't stop providing medical care despite the partial occupation of the region and a siege of the city when Russia had invaded Ukraine again. Ambulances, volunteers, staff of the hospital, everyone worked hard as a perfect team because we help everyone in need. Both civilians and those who defended us, because all of us have the only one goal: well-being of our people in our free Ukraine. Nowadays, we continue to improve the level of medical care about our patients with acute stroke.
Despite the war in Ukraine, Stroke Center of Kyiv Regional Clinical Hospital continues to work and provides round-the-clock healthcare services for the patients with acute stroke using modern methods of treatment, including thrombolytic therapy, endovascular thrombectomy, and surgical treatment.
I am a doctor from Ukraine. I work at hospital in the city of Nikopol, where thrombolytic therapy is provided to stroke patients. To achieve this, we have created a multidisciplinary team that continues all too long. Despite constant challenge from enemy activities, the team continues to work and provided quality medical service to the population.
Greetings, my name is Nina. I'm a neurosurgeon from Zaporizhia. Despite the fact that hostilities continue about 30 kilometers from our city, our stroke team continues to provide assistance to patients. We perform thrombolysis and trauma extractions regardless of anything.
Hello, my name is Alexander and I am a neurologist and I specialize in providing emergency help to patients with acute stroke. Before the war, I used to live and work in Kramatorsk, Donetsk region. After the beginning of the full-scale war, I and my family had to leave our home and seek refuge in Kropivnitsky, Kirovarad region. Right now, I'm a head of a newly created Department of Acute Strokes in the regional hospital, where we have to start to actively provide thrombolytic therapy. We are also working in the introduction of mechanical thrombectomy.
The Stroke Center in Chernivtsi keeps on working from the beginning of Russian invasion in Ukraine. Fortunately, Chernivtsi is a relatively safe region, so our city became a shelter and home for thousands of internally displaced people. Despite air alerts and the danger of rocket attacks, we continue providing health care for stroke patients 24/7. Diagnostics, treatment, including intravenous thrombolysis and rehabilitation, starting from the patient's admission until his discharge. We are fighting stroke and our enemies, everyone on his front. Slava Ukraini!
Welcome to the city of Kharkov, the emergency hospital, neurological intensive care unit. Since the beginning of Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine, our department has worked 24/7 despite constant challenge by the enemy. Our department deals with treatment, diagnosis of strokes, thrombolytic therapy, as well as rehabilitation of our patients.
Greetings, my name is Alexander Mironov and I'm the head of the Intensive Stroke Unit of Odessa City Clinical Hospital number 10. Our department provides comprehensive round-the-clock medical assistance for patients with stroke. The unit is staffed by a team of healthcare professionals including critical care specialists, neurologists, physical therapists, occupational therapists, speech therapists and nurses. The stroke unit is equipped with the state-of-the-art diagnostic and treatment equipment. Our stroke unit is designed to meet the unique needs of all stroke patients with specialized care plans and treatment protocols tailored to the individual needs of each patient, including thrombolysis and endovascular thrombectomy. Patients are closely monitored by the medical staff with frequent assessment of their physical and cognitive function. Our goal is to help patients to achieve the best possible recovery and to improve the quality of life after stroke. We are very grateful for our support and assistance provided during the stormy times of military aggression against our country.
Hi, good morning, dear colleagues, everyone.
Morning, Kirsten.
Morning.
I welcome you to this video session on managing ICH in the anticoagulated patient. We will talk about protocols and pathway. My name is Thorsten Steiner. I'm a professor of neurology and neurointensive care at Frankfurt and at Heidelberg University. And I have the pleasure to do this session together with Else Samset, the former secretary of the ESO. Else is neurologist at the University in Oslo, and David Seifke, who is a professor at Bern University and also neurologist. So, David, if I may put this first question to you. What is the risk of ICH in anticoagulated patients, and particularly in those who are on an anti-factor Xa inhibitor?
Yeah, you know that there's a growing population and incidence of atrial fibrillation in our population because we are aging, so a lot of patients have atrial fibrillation and have an indication to get oral anticoagulant treatment because in general oral anticoagulants are very useful treatment to prevent stroke. But we know from large trials that there is a small risk to have bleeding in the brain on anticoagulants, which is about 0.5% per year in anticoagulated patients. But just because of the growing number of patients taking these drugs, we see these patients coming to our hospitals. And we recently did a merged analysis from the Swiss Stroke Registry together with the Norwegian Stroke Registry. So we have data from two large countries where oral anticoagulant prescription is frequent, and we see that about 20% of all ICH patients coming in are on oral anticoagulants, and we have seen a huge and important shift towards the last years from vitamin K antagonists in the early 2010 years now to the majority of patients being actually on direct oral anticoagulants, or DOACs as we call them, and the majority of these DOACs are actually factor Xa inhibitors.
Can I ask you a question, David? That is, what is the age of the patients in these two registries that you have looked into?
Yeah, so the median age is 78, so it's an older population, which we expect from patients having atrial fibrillation. So they are usually older, they have more risk factors, and I think it's growing and growing that we see virtually only DOAC ICH, or really nearly only DOAC ICH in our hospitals at the moment.
And what is your impression? Do you see an increase in the absolute number of ICHs that are linked to some inhibitors?
Yeah, this was something which was expected in the beginning, because now more patients getting anticoagulants, then we will probably see more anticoagulated ICH patients. But because the overall rate of bleeding in these novel drugs is lower than what we knew from vitamin K antagonists, so the overall percentage of patients with ICH that are anticoagulated remained stable, about 23% during the 5 years that we looked together, that we analyzed in the Norwegian Swiss Stroke Registry.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
So it is a quite sick population.
It is a sick population.
And that kind of affects our decision making as well when we go on to treat. And when it comes to how do we treat, Thorsten, can you tell us a bit about what options do we have to treat ICH in anticoagulated patients? And do we have any guidelines that can recommend us how to treat the patients?
Yeah, we have, and fortunately we have an ESO guideline. As we all know, there is not only patients who are on factor Xa inhibitors, but there are other drugs and ways of inhibiting. So actually this guideline also includes vitamin K antagonist associated bleedings. It also includes bleedings that are associated with thrombin inhibitors, and it includes bleedings that are associated with factor Xa inhibitors. And you see there is a flow chart, which I think it's very nice, gives you a very nice overview. And in that flow chart you will find, with relation to factor Xa inhibitor related bleedings, that ESO recommends to use andexanet alpha first, if patients are on rivaroxaban and apixaban in doses that actually come from the ANNEXA 4 trial. Yeah, and that is actually, and of course there is an AHA guideline I should mention, which is actually 1 year younger than the ESO guideline. But we, as you know, we are on the way of preparation for a next and new comprehensive ICH guideline. Okay. David, there was one thing I wanted to ask you. Can you say something about mortality and long-term prognosis in patients who are on DOACs and have a bleeding?
That's a significant question. So I think from the past data, from what we knew from vitamin K antagonists already, is that this population, as you mentioned, because it's an old population as well, they have a very high mortality. So we know that in the first 3 months there's a mortality something around 30 to 50%, depending a bit on which type of anticoagulants the patients were taking and other risk factors. But the mortality in the population, at least from the data that we have at the moment, is very high. So we have data from example from Norway or from Switzerland, but only from periods where, at least in these countries, specific reversal agents like Adex and Alpha were not available. So these populations are patients that have been treated according to what was available at that time point, which is PCC mostly, at least in these countries. Some patients or some countries actually also use tranexamic acid as toponer, but we know that these are not specific reversal agents. So this is what we had available at that time point, and the mortality rates that we know currently with these drugs are based on non-specific treatment. So, but what we have seen, at least in the Norwegian and Swiss population, is that patients who are bleeding on a 10A inhibitor have slightly better outcomes than those who had who bleeding on a vitamin K antagonist. So I think that's already an advantage compared to vitamin K antagonists, but still there is, I think, much room to improvement because mortality is high and morbidity is also high at the moment.
I think we should give the audience an idea about what we are talking when we're talking mortality rate, because it tells us how important it is to have a specific treatment. Any range you could give us on mortality rates?
So what we have seen from the Swiss and Norwegian population, because this is very new data, we just presented it on ESOC, so it's something which is just out there. The mortality rate in patients on factor Xa inhibitor associated bleeds were around 40%.
Yeah, that's interesting, and it will be interesting to have. I mean, there is no randomized controlled trial, as we know, but I think the interesting thing is that in those trials that used reversal agents in these patients, that the mortality was lower compared to those times when there was no treatment. I think, and this is in a range, a significant range, I think.
A question to you, Torsten, then. So with the reversal agents, what are we trying to target? What are we trying to prevent? It's a bit self-explanatory, but I'm asking you anyway.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so the problem we have is obviously we cannot make the ICH not had happened. The only thing we can do is we can prevent further increase of the bleeding. And so obviously we need to work on the coagulation cascade, and this is where these drugs interfere with the coagulation system, like factor Xa inhibitor, which is competing with the normal factor Xa in the system, and this is the way how it works.
Then you mean, I think what we are trying to do is to prevent hematoma expansion. Is it that what we are doing?
Yes.
So how important is this hematoma expansion?
Well, we know that patients with hematoma expansion, they do worse and they get bigger bleeds, so they have more increased risk of mortality and poor bad outcome. So, but I mean, for example, with the blood pressure trials in ICH, we have shown an effect on hematoma expansion, but we haven't shown an effect on functional outcomes. So getting from effect on hematoma expansion to translate that into an effect on functional outcome, I think that is, it's quite difficult in ICH patients, because as Torsten said, we cannot change the initial thing that happened. We cannot change the initial bleed, but we can change a worsening. So
then our acute treatment in these patients is a bit different from what we are accustomed to in ischemic stroke, where we go there, go thrombectomy, we recanalize the vessel. Here we are trying to prevent a complication, but we know that this complication or hematoma expansion is very, very important for patients. This is what we can do. And I think the problem a bit when you treat these patients, at least from my perspective, is that you don't see the immediate effect because you're not getting something out, but you're preventing something very important from happening. And so no bad news at the end is very good news for these patients.
Exactly.
I think you are making a very interesting and important point, and that is when we look at trial designs for ischemic stroke and ICH, there is a major difference, and that is in ischemic stroke, it is reasonable to go for improvement. But in ICH trials, what you can do is you can prevent deterioration, and that makes a big difference in trial designs.
Yeah.
I think we should say something about timing. We haven't said anything about timing of treatments. Would you? Either of?
No, I'm happy, and I think there's increasing evidence that time is important in ICH, and traditionally, I think when we see the white blob on the non-contrast CT, we take a step back and go away a bit from we are all geared for the thrombolysis and thrombectomy when the patient comes into the emergency department. But when we see the white blob, we're a bit like, oh, now there's nothing we can do. But I think we need to change this mentality for many reasons why, as you said, with the hematoma expansion, it's bad. We can prevent the patient from getting worse. We can't necessarily make the patient get better, but we can prevent the patient from deteriorating. And we know that the hematoma expansion, it will likely happen within the first 3 hours. So if we want to target hematoma expansion, we need to get to the patients within the first 3 hours, and we need to set time targets also for our ICH patients. So I think we need to change our mentality, and I think both of you probably have experienced, perhaps not so much anymore, but 5 years ago, that you saw the white blob on the non-contrast CT, you stand in front of the patient, and suddenly your team of 10 people that is there for thrombolysis and thrombectomy, they just disappear, and suddenly you stand alone with a very sick patient. So I think we need to take what we know from the ischemic stroke protocols, and we need to translate that into our ICH patients, and we need to create protocols where we have clear tasks for every single member in our team on who is doing what, who is ordering the reversal agents for the patients on anticoagulation, who is going to start with blood pressure management. And I think we also see that from the trials presented at this conference, that it is the combined effort that makes a difference for the patient.
Absolutely.
Yeah. What do we know about the timing of hematoma expansion? So is the hematoma growing when we see the patient in the emergency department? Is it likely that the hematoma grows while we see the patient, so we should be fast and quick with our treatments?
I think, as I mentioned, the hematoma expansion in the majority of patients happens within the first 3 to 6 hours. And I think Rastamal Shai Salman has shown that very nicely in an independent patient data meta-analysis. So if we want to target it, we need to get to the patients quickly. We need to set, and I mean, we have all the systems in place to get to the patient early and start our treatment. And I also think it does something to our mentality of treating the ICH patients. They are monitored more. They are given a higher level of care if we approach them in the same way as the ischemic stroke patients.
I think you're again making a very important point, and that is we all, I think, have the impression that here things go in parallel, meaning that what we know from ischemic stroke, that there is time as brain, definitely also is indicated for ICH, because for the reasons you just said. Of course you can treat someone in 3 hours or maybe 6 hours, but it is actually the same like with thrombolysis. The earlier you come, the higher is the probability that you do something better for the patient, of course, we do not have a clinical trial that shows this over time, but I can foresee that we will see this result. And so I think we need to be fast, and we have to have similar pathways for ICH.
Thorsten, do you think then we need a door-to-needle time or door-to-reversal time in this moment for ICH patients, as we have it for ischemic stroke?
Yeah, definitely, definitely. Because for the reasons Else was just mentioning, do we need to treat everybody within 3 hours? Of course, we should try to do that, but as we all know, we do not get all the patients within 3 hours. And this is particularly important, I think, in patients who are on oral anticoagulant, because I think there the other reason for hematoma expansion, which is the coagulation, the first one would be blood pressure, the driving force, is there until we haven't normalized the coagulation. And so, yes, it makes sense to even treat patients, let's say, at 4 or 5 hours, as long as the coagulation is not fixed.
Yeah. And I think an important point there is as well, we need to again switch our thinking a bit from ischemic stroke, where we want to save tissue, and we know that time is brain for a different reason in a way. You have the penumbra and you want to open the vessel, you want to reperfuse the tissue, whereas for ICH you want to prevent more bad things happening. You could say you want to do that in ischemic stroke as well, but I think you want to prevent more bad things from happening, and so we should be quick, but it's not as, we don't have the distinct 4.5, or we haven't shown that in clinical trials, the 4.5 distinct time, which is also disappearing in the ischemic stroke, of course. But David, a bit on Andexanet alpha. It's not available in all countries, readily available. What is the evidence for using Andexanet alpha?
So there's one major study, the Annexa 4 study, which has been published, which was a single-arm cohort study where all patients with major bleeds on 10A inhibitors were enrolled and received Andexanet alpha. And the main outcome was actually the drop-off or the reduction in anti-factor 10A activity, so and the specific anticoagulant activity of the drug. And there were more than 450 patients enrolled in this trial, and a large proportion, more than 300 patients, actually had some type of intracranial bleeding, including subdural, subarachnoid, traumatic, non-traumatic intracranial hemorrhage, cerebral hemorrhage, and I think about 180 patients were those patients that we usually see, non-traumatic intraparenchymal hemorrhage patients. And probably you have seen these publications. So the main outcome was anti-10A activity, and we have seen very nice and clean drops of the anticoagulant activity after infusion of the drug and at the end of the perfusion as well. So it actually does what it should do, so actually specifically decreasing the anticoagulant activity. And there has also been more patients enrolled on edoxaban, because at that time, but when the trial was enrolling at the beginning, edoxaban had not had a real large market share, so very few patients on edoxaban were enrolled. But now I think there's also a separate analysis of patients on edoxaban, so we have it now for all the 3 anti-10A inhibitors.
But we should point out that the indication at the moment, or the approval, is for rivaroxaban and apixaban only, so far.
Yeah.
Is there, can you say anything about side effects, adverse events in that trial?
Yeah, so of course the trial also assessed clinical outcomes, not only safety but also efficacy. So also hemostasis was assessed, and the vast majority, more than 80% of the patients, actually had good or excellent hemostasis, meaning no hematoma expansion. We in our trials usually define it the other way around. We define the proportion of patients who actually had hematoma expansion, and usually we see about 20-30%, something like this. And if you define it for the Annexa trial, you have 14%, so very low percentage of patients having hematoma expansion. But of course, if you are treating patients, usually with atrial fibrillation, on anticoagulant, and you give drugs to reverse anticoagulation, you have to be aware of thromboembolic events. You have to register this. Yeah. And there was, at the end of the study, there was a rate of around 10% of patients having thromboembolic events by 10 days. But we have to be aware that this was the entire entire period, so 30 days after the treatment, and the majority of these, or virtually all of these events actually occurred several days after treatment. So it's very difficult to determine whether these are treatment-related or patient-related specific outcomes, because I think we all treat these kind of patients. They tend to have thromboembolic complications. So what are your experience with it?
Well, with andexanet alpha?
No, with this patient population, with a very sick patient population.
No, they are very sick patients, and that is the biggest worry with these patients. You also stop the anticoagulation for which they have a clear indication, and I think we've all seen a patient with a hemorrhage, and then you get an ischemic stroke within the next couple of days. It's although it doesn't happen frequently, it happens, and
I think which is very important is that we are now, because we mentioned this trial which has been published now, so which is available, data is available, which provide very promising results. But actually for us as clinicians, as academic clinicians, we would like to see randomized controlled trial evidence. Are we going to see this one day?
Oh, definitely. I do not. There is a trial, as we know, currently running, looking at andexanet alpha versus standard therapy, and I'm very anxious to see the results from that trial. That will be, I think, a major breakthrough, because it's the first time we have such a big number of patients randomized in these two treatments. But I agree, thromboembolic events, we are working on the coagulation cascade. It would be not realistic to not expect any thromboembolic events. And the problem is, as you said, how do I define a related thromboembolic event to the treatment? Is it 3 days when we did or is it 30 days? Because you could make the argument, the venous thrombosis started 2 days after the treatment and then became clinically relevant at day 10 or 12. So who knows? That's really difficult.
But you have also stopped the anticoagulation treatment, and that you would do that anyways, and for an indication that they need. So it's a bit difficult, and I think the only way to get this answer is through the randomized trial.
Absolutely.
So I think we all need to get our patients into an exciter.
I think, Thorsten, you are the expert because you have run the INCH trial, so the only other randomized controlled trial in such a population. So it must be exciting that we are going to have randomized controlled trial in data in this population one day.
This is why I was mentioning that, because we exactly had that problem to define what really is a related thromboembolic event, and they occur.
Did you see them also in INCH?
Yeah, we saw them, and you see them, interestingly enough, more in the FFP plus PCC. Those were the patients who had the rescued therapy, which somehow would have been expected, because it's the even stronger intervention on the coagulation cascade.
So, Thorsten, this has been an amazing conference for ICH. I think we are leaving this conference with a great momentum for doing ICH trials, and also for the first time perhaps a bit optimism regarding our ability to treat patients with ICH. So Thorsten, what are your highlights, if you want to take home highlights for you?
As you said, we have at least 2 randomized controlled trials that were positive. The one is the INTERACT-3 trial, which looked at a care bundle, including blood pressure treatment, control of glucose, control of temperature, and some of the patients also did receive reversal treatment, though it was only a small proportion of of patients. And that trial was positive. And the other trial was the ENRICH trial, which is a trial that uses a device. It's a neurosurgical trial that uses a device to evacuate the bleeding. Both trials were positive, and you may want to say even more about that. But the nice thing for me, or for us, as we all 3 are in that committee, was that Craig made a point and said, it seems to be the time that there is more and more awareness that ICH needs more support, more visibility, more research. He pointed out that there is an ICH code a paper written in the United States. There is another initiative, and ESO has taken the chance and has founded an ICH committee. Unfortunately, all three of us are in that committee, so I'm very happy with that.
Yeah, and for you, David?
The highlight of this conference,
yeah.
I really much share Torsten's thought, and I think important for us to interact shows us that the bundle of care, so taking care of these patients in a structured way, in a specific way with time metrics and clear pathways is helpful. I think we agree that probably the patient population of Interact is not the patient population that we probably see, but I think the overall bundle of care in this population is very useful and should also should include blood pressure control, but also anticoagulation reversal. And I think the other point for Enrich, so for the surgery trial, I think because we are now speaking about anticoagulated patients, this was a trial where we operate on patients. Now we see that there is evidence that we should operate patients, or should have neurosurgery, and so it's of utmost important that hemostasis is good in these patients. So we have to think about how we could offer more patient surgery by correcting the anticoagulation, so that it comes again to the same point, I think.
And I think if you put the two together, I think we need more trials on surgery. But if you put these two trials together, we can really go home and meet with our neurosurgeons and establish good multidisciplinary teams where we work together to take care of the patients. And I think that is my most important take-home message, is that I want to go home and work even closely with my multidisciplinary team, an anesthesiologist and so on. So really, it's been a great conference for ICH.
Definitely.
This is the right point to come to an end. It was a real pleasure to discuss with you both. Thank you for that. And thanks to the audience. I wish you, for those who are here, I wish you a further nice conference. There will be the plenary session, so have fun.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So welcome everyone to the last episode of ESO TV. We're just here after the final plenary session, and since ESOC is all about presenting research, I'm joined here now with two editors of both Stroke and the European Stroke Journal, Pooja Khatri and Elsa Senset. And so now we're going to talk a little bit about how to get your data also published, not only presented at ESOC but also thereafter published in journals. And so we're going to ask those two very experienced editors how they deal with reviewing papers and what you as a researcher should be paying attention to. So Elsa, maybe you can start off. What are your initial thoughts if you get the paper in, and how do you initially review this?
I think don't underestimate the importance of the abstract. The abstract needs to have, the aims need to come across clearly. The methodology needs to come across clearly. The number of patients, whether it's a single center, multi-center, prospective, retrospective, it needs to come across very clearly in the abstract. What have you done? What were your aims? And are you answering out your aims with the methodology and the results? And is your conclusion coherent with the aims? And I think that is, it needs to come across from the abstract, because you scan the abstract first, and then you go on to the full paper. But don't ever underestimate the abstract. I don't know about you, Pooja, but...
I couldn't agree with you more. I think, you know, I'll add that, you know, in the background, I'm really looking to understand what new am I learning? What did I know before? What new am I learning? In the methods, if it's not well organized, that's an issue. So I want to see, you know, a primary outcome measure, then secondary, then exploratory. I want to see results, like you said, that have a clear denominator, that show exactly how the results played out. And the conclusions, I want to see really quickly, what are we going to take away? And that helps decide, you know, if it's going to be a priority for the journal.
Mm-hmm.
And I think sometimes it's easy to underestimate the importance of the abstract, because you've written the full paper, and then you come to the end and you have those 250 words, and then you have to comprise it. But it's also really a good way of showing how your understanding of your own data, in order to condense it in these are my key messages. And of course, Robin, you know this as well for the conference, which is also a lot about abstracts.
Yeah, I think so. There are a lot of similarities. I think probably going off on an abstract, you would never, just solely based on the abstract, would not go to reviewing of a paper, I assume. But of course, for a conference, it's much more complicated to have it only condensed in like a limited amount of words. I don't think it's always so easy for a reviewer of an abstract for a conference to judge whether or not indeed this is high or lower quality. As going over a manuscript, that is a little bit easier because you dive into it a little bit more deep. But indeed, I think for both for conferences and for manuscript, the abstract is one of the most important elements of your work. And for a paper, I think a lot of interested researchers will read an abstract. They will not even go to the full manuscript if it's not really their topic of interest. But they maybe can be drawn, if the abstract is very well written, easy to understand what is being investigated in a particular article and what the outcomes are, and then maybe you get drawn to the article. And similarly, I think that also is true for a conference. There's so many parallel sessions going on at the same time. The only thing you can do is read the abstract and then decide whether or not you will go into that particular room. So there it is of the same importance, I think, to make sure that the abstract really captures what you want to talk about during, in this case, a presentation. So I was also wondering how you deal with manuscripts that are being sent in, and for instance, the abstract doesn't look very appealing to you, and so it's difficult for you to judge what's actually being investigated. But if you then start reading, you find things to be very interesting. So how do you deal with that? So what I mean is, if the content is actually quite nice, but that you think how it's being built, is that the reason to say, well, I'm sending it back anyway? Or is that something that you can say, well, if you're going to rephrase things, then maybe we can reconsider? How do you deal with that?
You know, it's tough because we're handling so many papers, so I can't say that it happens perfectly, right? We can't read every single paper. So again, it just brings back the fact that if the abstract is good, you increase your chances of getting a formal review and maybe getting accepted. But certainly, you know, if I see elements that look interesting, important, I'll start glancing at the paper. But again, we can't read every paper from front to back as the handling editor. So it just brings home the point you've been making. Yeah.
And I think there also, then it comes to the topic. Is this something that seems a bit new, even though the abstract might be not an excellent abstract? Is this something that is a bit novel? Does it catch my attention in a way, the topic? And then you go on to read the manuscript, and then you may send it out to review in order to get the opinion of others. And then, of course, some manuscripts, and we know that as authors as well, are majorly restructured through the review process, and then it's improved. So, yeah.
And so we now see all this AI and ChatGPT being introduced in the world, but also in science. Have you noticed any changes, or do you see opportunities or maybe even danger in implementing AI and ChatGPT also in research?
You know, we've talked about that quite a bit in the Stroke Journal, and I think we see it in many ways as a strength because it means that people who do not feel as comfortable in English can write better. So what we recommend is listing it in the acknowledgements. ChatGPT is never a co-author, but listing it in the acknowledgements, and frankly, I think it can be a strength.
I agree with Pooja. It's not something we should be afraid of, but we need to incorporate it in and get clear guidelines on how it should be used by authors, and also how it should be declared. And I think that is the most important thing: is have you used it? And it's better to declare things one too many times than too few times, in order to make sure that it comes across clearly that you used ChatGPT to improve the English, or you used it for code. But what is very important is that the authors are still responsible for the full content. So you may have used ChatGPT or something similar, but you are still responsible for the full content as an author. And I think what you hear people who have tested this, and you get out references with full names of authors that you know are well known on the topic, with the journals that are well known, titles that seem perfectly plausible, but they are made up because the ChatGPT hallucinates. So I think you need to have respect for the tool that you are using, and you need to declare it. And that comes, where should you declare it? And I think you should probably highlight that also in the cover letter that this has been used, and make sure that it comes across clearly.
Yeah. So also, if then researchers are publishing more papers, they will eventually also be invited potentially to be a reviewer for the journal, or by you or another editor of the journal. So, and sometimes this can be a little bit frightening the first time as a young researcher, that you have to review a paper. So what would be your advice for people who get the first email about, are you interested in reviewing this paper, how to deal with that?
Just accept it, do it, because frankly, we always need more good reviewers, and this is the process. This is how we create great science. And so, frankly, you know, when I see people who are not reviewing at all, I question their commitment to the scientific field and their real interests. And so that's one aspect I would add. And the other thing is, I would say, you know, frankly, every opinion is important. And so take the time to systematically go through the paper, you know, give a brief summary, major comments, minor comments. And I think for me, and I don't know if you feel this way, Elsa, but I feel like when there's the confidential comments to the editor, the key for me is tell me what you really think. I hate it, I like it, here's what I'm worried about, because nobody else will see that. And then as a handling editor, I feel so much more confident about what you're thinking and why.
Yeah. But also, I think this is already of importance. How you started is like a summary, major comment, minor comment. I think that is something that is very helpful. I think for people if they do it for the first time. Also, creating that summary is also helping them a little bit. Okay, what did I learn from this paper? And if they can make this summary easily, that helps. I think.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and also. You see how other people read the paper as well. So you see the summary might be a bit different than the summary you have in your head. So which gives a different perspective on the manuscript, and but the reviews and also the comments to the editor. It's I agree with you. It's very, very helpful. Having a specific comment to the editor where you get a bit more of a. The true opinion, if you can say it that way, because I think that is another important point, is that keep your review respectful. You might disagree, you might think it's a horrible manuscript, you might think the methodology is very bad, but be respectful and be constructive. Because it's quite difficult to send out a review to the authors that is full of that is disrespectful, which sometimes occurs. I think that is an important aspect of doing a review. And as I agree with you, I think first of all, if you were invited to a review and it's your first time to review, you're invited for a reason. You're not invited because no one has ever heard about you. You are invited because you, for some reason, have gotten yourself known in that area. And you might have published on the topic. You might have given a presentation here at ESOC that an editor of the journal listened to and thought you did a great presentation and you seem like you know what you're doing and know a lot about the topic. So I think you're invited to review for a reason, and you shouldn't then be afraid of doing a thorough job. And I think for me personally, reviewing papers of others has been one of the biggest learning arenas that I've had in my career. And you get to see different writing styles, different methodology, and you also need to challenge yourself in your critical thinking.
Yeah.
So, and as editors, is it easy to find reviewers for all your papers, or are you struggling? And how do most reviewers deal with the time that you give them?
I will say it's very difficult when there's a wonderful conference like this and nobody wants to review. They want to be at the conference. So this week was especially tough. But in general, I think it works out. It always need more reviewers. And so we're encouraged as handling editors to do decisions without review when they're clear cut, so that we can spare the reviewers for their important comments. But I'll also just throw in, there's a great perk of reviews, which is if you write a review, the editor might choose you to write the editorial. And I think that can be a wonderful exposure and, participation in the scientific dialogue for you as the reviewer.
Absolutely. And also you can get on the editorial board and get more insights in the whole way the publishing part of our field works, which is also a great perk, if you can say it that way, of doing reviews.
And I think even for European Stroke Journal, there's this program of bringing more young reviewers on board as well.
Yeah, the Young Reviewers program. I think you have it in Stroke 2, where you get a mentee and a mentor are paired, and you do your review together with a mentor, and you get feedback on your review. And that is also, if you're a bit worried about doing reviews, that is, of course, you have some security in that someone reads through it before you submit it.
I'll mention that, I think most of the journals have a place, like, let's say you got it and you feel like, oh, I want to do this, but I'm a little bit nervous. You can actually have a mentor do it with you, and then you can put, I got assistance with this person as a way to help you get comfortable.
Yeah. And so they contact you as an editor if they will be all right to do this, or?
Actually not necessarily, and that's okay as long as you list the name. Okay. Yeah, and I'll do that even as a more senior person. If I have a fellow and I know they want to start reviewing, I'll invite them to do the review with me, and then I'll put in the comments that my trainee assisted with this review, and it helps their open more possibilities for them. Yeah.
So I think our time is up, actually.
Yeah.
It's gone by quickly.
Yes.
I hope this has been beneficial. I think it has been beneficial,
I hope so too.
both for writing abstract manuscripts, but also reviewing. So I want to thank you for being here, Pooja.
Thank you for
taking the
having me.
time.
And I think we have a video.
We have a
Robin.
video.
Yeah.
Hallo und willkommen in München.
Konnichiwa.
Hoi.
Konnichiwa.
Hola.
Hey, hey.
Marhaba.
Ahoy. Hallo. Namaste.
With the public awareness campaign in the center of the city of Munich, we want to engage the public into ESOC 2023 and what it represents for Munich. And on the other side, of course, we also want to educate the public about stroke and its treatment.
ESO
is dedicated
to advancing
knowledge to improve
stroke care.
Welcome. I hope you enjoyed the video showing the highlights of the conference, and we are now going to talk a bit about the highlights of the conference. And I have some nice guests here with me. I think you're all known, but I will still introduce you. So Urs, you are from Basel, and we will hear a bit more about Basel later. Peter Kelly, you are of course our president. And Martin Dickens, our past president, and also involved in the local organizing committee. So if we start, Urs, what have been your highlights?
Well, it has been an extremely interesting conference, and I very much appreciate to see all these randomized controlled trials which have been presented here. I think ESOC is still the place where you have to go to see best clinical research. What I really appreciate were the blood pressure trials which have been presented here, and I think now we have more evidence. So first of all, I think it is good to see that in patients with intracerebral hemorrhage, lowering blood pressure below 140 changes the fate of these patients. And I think it's after all these years of these negative blood pressure trials, it's very positive to see that finally we know what to do in these patients. On the other hand, with ischemic stroke, I think we also now have much more evidence, and especially in patients with who went for thrombectomy, we know you should not lower the blood pressure. You increase the harm, and we already had evidence from the Enchanted M2E trial, and I think now we have even more evidence. Don't lower the blood pressure in these patients. Yeah. So we can go back home and we have more evidence.
Yeah.
I agree. What about you, Peter?
Well, I mean, I must say, I'm taking a very high-level view of the conference, and for me, the very first thing that is the highlight for me is that it is our first fully on-site conference back together again since the COVID pandemic. Last year, of course, We had our hybrid conference and we were partially back together again. But this is the first time since 2019 in Milan that we have had a full steam ahead ESOC happening again. The science was excellent, the friendship and collegiality was excellent, the location was excellent. I'd like to congratulate Martin on Munich. Congratulations, Martin. And we haven't had nothing but positive feedback from the conference. So absolutely wonderful to be fully back in action again. And in relation to the data that was presented, we just had an absolute treasure of new science presented over the 3 days. 23 randomized clinical trials in 3 plenary sessions, absolutely full of new randomized data. The highlights for me, day 1, we had the wonderful Elan trial, and the other trial that I thought was very interesting was Timeless, more for safety reasons actually, because they give us the security to know that we can anticoagulate patients safely with atrial fibrillation after they've had a stroke, regardless of severity. And I thought Timeless was very interesting because they showed that using the diffuse 3 criteria, we can give tenecteplase safely out to 24 hours, and certainly there were signals of efficacy there. I concur with Urs, day 2, the hemorrhage trials I think were very interesting, Enrich and Interact 3, and we've just come from a session where we've had a huge amount of new data on thrombectomy, but in particular I think this morning has been the morning of the large core trials. So we had Tesla, and then we had the IPD meta-analysis, so really good data each day.
And Martin, I told you needed to bring out the sun for these days, and you have delivered. It's been great. So we've had the 4 S's. We've had stroke, science, socializing, and sun. And I think that is a key parts of the success of ESOC, I think. What about you? What have been your highlights?
Well, I completely agree with what Urs and Peter have said. A great place to be, and I mean, definitely ESOC is the #1 conference in the stroke field, especially in clinical sciences. But what I also enjoy very much is that we are drawing more and more people from basic sciences, and that we are having this crosstalk between communities. I think an important lesson from this also set of trials again was that it is the bundled care, the bundle of care that really makes the difference, that we're having an eye on our patients in multiple aspects. And I think that's also in the end one of the lessons from the Precious trial, right? That individually you might not see benefit from one single medication versus placebo, but in the end, and that is what we know about stroke unit care, it's the bundle of care. And I think Craig Anderson also made that point very clear, and the Interact 3 results show that. What I also enjoy very much is seeing more and more mechanistic studies entering the clinical trials field. Obviously, I mean, in the end, stroke is caused by cardioembolism mostly, or large artery atherosclerosis, or small vessel disease, or other rarer causes of stroke. The Acadia study showed what probably many of us expected, is that probably left atriopathy is not a major cause of stroke. Probably not, but we need to see more studies. I, of course, enjoyed the Lucky 2 results. I think Joanna Wardlaw did a great job on that, and obviously now we need to see the results from Lucky 3, but that we're now engaging into mechanistic trials that are oriented towards stroke subtypes. We have to do the same thing for large artery atherosclerotic trials and target residual inflammatory risk and also thrombotic risk. And so there's much more to come. I already look forward to Basel. I can't wait. And very excited and very happy, and I could just have another day of conference, to be honest.
I agree.
So, but Martin, you even started a day earlier. I think that's something very important to mention. So even for everyone here, it's only started on a Wednesday, but maybe you want to talk a little bit about the Tuesday.
Yeah, of course, we had the stroke awareness campaign on Odeonsplatz here in Munich, and I think that's important for the Munich citizens and for the public to know, and I think that's an area where we have to continue working on. That needs to happen everywhere. Then the SAPI, the Stroke Action Plan Europe, of course, is a huge initiative. I think many of us, we knew it would be big, but we underestimated what it means, and it will It will take another 10, 15, 20 years, but here we are in a country and where the level of stroke care is extremely high and our patients benefit from all the trial results, but there are places around, not the world only, but also within Europe, where there is a lot more to gain. And I think we have a responsibility to carry that message not only to the public here in this country and in other European countries, but also to help facilitate stroke care. And Hannah Christensen is doing a great job, and there's a lot to say, but I think just staying in touch with the public and keeping an eye on quality of stroke care across Europe, I think that's one of our missions in ESO, and there's lots more to do.
Yeah. So one of the items that was also important during the planning, and I think will also be important for the next years, is sustainability. I think, Peter, we talked a lot about this, and also we have to take this into account.
Yes,
so what
absolutely.
Well, things that come to mind.
So we've thought about this very deeply within ESO, and we've discussed it in a lot of detail, and to see. The very first question that came up was, should we do an on-site conference at all? And the existential question of should we come to the conference? But I think it's clear from the success of ESOC 2023 that really an online conference cannot take the place of a fully on-site conference. People need to be together. They need to be able to discuss the science that they're hearing. They need to be able to break off in groups to discuss new projects, to meet new people. It's the way that younger physicians meet their more experienced colleagues. So it's really essential that we are on site together. So then the question becomes, well, how do we mitigate the carbon footprint of being on site together? So the very first way we can do that is in the selection of the conference venue. And we are now thinking very long term and very strategically about the locations of future ESOCs so that they will less and less commonly be in locations where it is essential to travel to them by plane. And we will be encouraging people to take the train to Basel and to future ESOCs. It's a little more difficult when you live on an island like I do, but unless I take up long distance swimming, which I'm not going to do, but there is always the boat and the train options. So very much of Europe is connected without the need to take the plane. And we have some initiatives that Urs and I are already discussing about travel to Basel for those of us that are not on the European continent mainland next year. So in addition, we chose to highlight sustainability by giving Professor Christian Schulz the top spot in the opening plenary in the presidential plenary, I should say, to discuss the linkage between environmental health and adapting what we do in healthcare. And there are a whole range of measures were taken at the level of the conference. There were no conference bags. There was a lot of attention given to the catering, the food, to use sustainable suppliers. We eliminated the use of plastic bottles and had water stations all over where people could fill their own bottles, etc. So we're really thinking deeply about this, and we have our 2 ESO sustainability ambassadors who are contactable via the conference sustainability webpage. All ideas are welcome from our community.
So I think we're coming to an end for this session as well. And Robin, you will have 2 days of rest before you start planning for next year.
Yeah, and Urs as well, I think, because he has to start planning as well. So maybe Urs, you can end this session so people are now looking and thinking, maybe I've submitted an abstract to Basel, or maybe I'm coming to ESOC in Basel. So what can you say to convince them to submit that abstract or to come to Basel?
Well, first of all, I think, as we have already discussed now, I think ESOC is the conference in stroke worldwide. And I think from a scientific point of view, it already makes sense to submit your abstract. And Basel is the place in Europe to organize such a conference, because it is, at the French border, at the German border, it is very easy to reach. So in terms of sustainability, there are direct trains from Amsterdam, direct trains from Berlin, direct trains from Paris, from Milan. So it is very easy to get there. So take the train, not the plane. And the beauty is the conference venue in Basel is in the middle of the city. So it is very nice if you leave the conference to go to the city, to go to the Rhine, and we're looking forward to welcoming you all in Basel.
Well, Elsa, as a TV studio star of ESO TV, I will give you the honor to say the last words about ESOC in Munich.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic conference, great science, a lot of stroke, a lot of socializing, a lot of sun, and Urs, you have to deliver on that next year. And we will end now with a video from Basel, highlighting next year's venue, and we look forward to seeing you all there. Thank you and safe travels home.